Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to an early Wednesday, third day of the work week for those of us who work under that schedule. Hump day. So I hope you have good hiking boots, because it is time to walk up that hump. Look into the distance, hopefully see the weekend starting to form. I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for what is left of it. My week has gone well, and today, as hopefully some of you are realizing, this is special. This is going to be a shared stream with PixelGum, and they will be, well, she. I reflexively say they, because I don't like attributing gender when I don't know, but I do know that she's a woman. So she, Cherna, will be reading the prologue to the Harker project. Oh. So, slight change of plan. There will not be, the stream will not be joint. Cherna is not in a state to do that. She is still going to read and comment. I'll have to check if she's going to do that in Discord, so that you guys can have what she says. If not, we will have to. I want the unresolved. I don't want the resolved one. I know what I'm going to do. Just so you guys have the voice. Because she won't be able to do voice. Oh wait, because that's not Firefox. It's Chrome.
Document. At the end of it, for people who do miss this roundtable, I'll be writing up some notes afterwards to share with the community. absolutely, he is, and he's published something. I think he said something like, I hate to say the wrong number. The number 26 sticks in my head as to how many books you've done, but I almost feel like 40 is also another number that might be worth mentioning. Like, I feel you've self-published a lot, and a lot of different genres as well. But anyway, let's get started, okay, you guys? I'm going to start reading. 20 books I've published. There you go. There you go. Fantastic. So this is called The Harker Project, and this is the prologue. I'm going to put down some music now because I feel like it's distracting me. Sorry, music, you can go away. Prologue. The screen on the wall came onto a news program. 4 days ago, the voice said, a man with a calm baritone, as the scene of a devastated neighborhood floated on the television screen. Disaster struck Jacksonville, Florida. The date at the bottom left read July 22nd, 2022. The man who turned it on had this sense he needed to turn his screen on all afternoon. It had started as he'd finished writing up yet another request to a museum for them to return an artifact, a sarcophagus, in this case, back to the country where it had been taken from. He'd idly wondered if there was something he should know, and his power had kicked in. The sense had been distant, vague, not so urgent, but it had built throughout the day until he had to leave early and return home. The scene from the camera on a drone flying up to show more of the devastation wasn't new. It had been shown multiple times a day since the destruction had happened. Destroyed buildings, smoke rising in the distance, melted vehicles, people among them searching, some raising damaged cars over their heads and others floating as people searched under them. The nature of the attack has been investigated since the news rocked the nation without results. But we, K4, have come in possession of information that is, to say the least, disturbing. What you are about to see is a video that was being streamed as it happened, showing the two groups most likely to be responsible for the destruction. The man straightened as the scene changed to that of a young man and woman, as seen from a phone being held. If they had identified the culprits, this chaos would finally be brought to an end. Hey all my fans! Oh god, I'm not even going to try and do an American accent, so I apologise, kiddo. Hey all my fans! It's me, Brad. Me and Janet are going to be enjoying... What was that? The image blurred as the person holding it turned. Oh my god, Janet! That's a super fight happening! Look, everyone! I can't believe my luck! The first super fight I've ever witnessed... The screen flashed dark, but the man had seen enough in that glimpse to know things were about to become extremely bad for him and others like him. A still appeared. It was still somewhat blurry, in spite of the digital enhancement. That had been applied to remove the motion blur, but the costumes' colours of the three were visible. Oh, sorry, let me start that again. But the costumes' colours of the three visible were unmistakable, and the news anchors confirmed it. As can be seen in this image, the last one before the recording was ended, Rainbow Sword and Quantum Colossus can be seen fighting Black Hole. The man's costume and sword were the multicolours of his moniker. Black Hole's costume was pure black, and Quantum Colossus could only be identified because the Greek letter psi was visible. Oh, go away. Let me pause that. Black Hole's costume was pure black, and Quantum Colossus could only be identified because the Greek letter psi was visible from this angle on his cerulean uniform. As you can see, the fight was between Jacksonville's own heroes, the Black Mambas, and the Floridian Protectors. The image changed to people in a variety of colours, flying over or working through the wreckage, pulling out bodies. In the aftermath, heroes from all over the country have combed through the devastation in the hopes of finding survivors. But after 4 days, hope is running low. He turned the screen off, cursing. Yes, he definitely had needed to see that. Who could have manipulated the rivals into a fight that resulted into this kind of destruction? His power remained silent, not even a hint of a direction for him to start looking, or the sense of someone. Or even a collage of images he would have... Let me start that again. Or even a collage of images he would have had to decipher. He would have to decipher. He did not like what that implied. He turned the screen on just after the hour, and an attractive woman seated behind the newscaster's desk looked at the audience. The lower left corner had the date, August 1st, 2022. Let me just go back somewhere. So you've noted the date twice, so now you really want the reader to pay attention to this. August 1st, just after the hour. Okay, so you've got August 20th, and it was the 22nd, right? July 22nd. Okay, so we're a month on. Like I said, I react as I read. 2 weeks ago, the city of Jacksonville, Florida was destroyed, causing deaths currently estimated to be close to 3 million in what was initially believed to be an attack by some unknown group antagonist to the United States. The devastation was total, with the epicenter located in the Robinson's Addition neighborhood. Am I saying that correctly? Robinson's Addition neighborhood. And the outer perimeter of the destruction reaching a few miles past the city limits proper. Okay. Oklahoma City's news station, K4, came forward 4 days later with what they claimed was evidence. It was in fact the result of a fight between two superhero teams. Today, government investigators have made public their findings, confirming those allegations. They rebuilt the timeline of events using photos they collected off cloud storage from around the time of the explosion. While we will devote a full hour to explaining how the results were achieved, this is what the investigators have concluded. As K4 stated, the explosion was not the result of an attack by an outside force, but a consequence of a fight between the Floridian Protectors and their rival group, the Black Mambas. Hawkins radiation was detected at the outside range of the destruction, and that is a recorded side effect of Black Hole's powers. Black Hole is the leader of the Black Mambas and long-time rival of the leader of the Protectors, Quantum Colossus. The fight seems to have pushed both teams to their limits, leading one or both leaders to lose control and unleash the blast that destroyed Jacksonville, Florida. Well, fuck, the Watcher said. This is bad. How the fuck do I keep this from getting worse? And he has a sense of a place, a woman, and a and he has the sense of a place, a woman, and a recording. He hurried to set to work. Oh, good, intriguing. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Just gonna put in a few notes. The man pointed his phone at the television screen, and it came on. An advertisement for augmented reality glasses started before he changed the channel to the show he wanted to watch. The one that had given him an idea. The one that would give him an idea if what he'd made happen would have the results he needed. That's an interesting sentence. The Eyes on the Nation logo appeared, an eye with the capital behind it, with dramatic music. It slid away and the lights in the room came up. Okay, so I just want to reread this whole paragraph again. So we've got an advertisement that came on. The man pointed his phone at the television screen and it came on. An advertisement for augmented reality glasses started before he could change the channel to the show he wanted to watch. The one that would give him an idea. Okay, so this sentence here, I'm just going to say it now. It's a little bit confusing. I understand what you're trying to say here, so we're going to talk about ordering. But I'm just highlighting it now because it seems like the advertisement is really, really important. But I've got a feeling that's more like a visual thing to give us a detail about the world rather than actually something of note. But we'll find out at the end. The Eyes of the Nation logo appeared, an eye with the capital behind it, with dramatic music. It slid away and the lights in the room came up. Is this a man or a woman who's speaking? He. Okay. Welcome to this special edition of Eyes on the Nation. On this day, November 16th, 2022, so we're forward now from August. The distinguished man seated at the head of the table told the camera. He was in his late 60s, his grey hair in a military buzz cut, his blue eyes piercing, and his suit dark blue with grey pinstripes. This is the first time we're getting a detail of someone, by the way. I am your host, Robert Duvall. With me today is Washington political specialist Nicole Friedman, along with noted commentator on parahuman affairs, Stephen Myers. Welcome to you both. Thank you, the woman seated to his right replied. She was in her mid-40s, light brown skin, her straight cut black hair cut short. She wore a grey suit. Hello.
Emma. What a savings.
Grey suit. It's a pleasure to be here and discuss this. It's a pleasure to be here and to discuss this issue with you. Is it though? I mean, aren't they going to be talking about people dying? Is it really a pleasure? Sorry, I'm being that kind of dick. But you know, maybe she is that kind of twisted and narcissistic, and she would absolutely think it's a pleasure to be on TV, even though it's to talk about loads of people who had died. Yeah, there are people like that, mostly politicians. Have you noticed? Hello, hi Bob, Boba, your boba milk tea. Nice. Let's quickly do an about. You're an about and a who is at Boba, Mr. Boba. I like it. I like the username. I like to know everything about you now. But I am going to continue with this roundtable, so excuse me. Yeah, the man on his left said. Thanks for having me. He was in his early 30s. Here we go. It's gone a bit younger. His brown hair dishevelled and a 5 o'clock shadow on his borderline too pale face, giving the impression he'd woken up minutes before. I already know this person. I know exactly. This is every person I've ever worked with. Can we just say that whole sentence again? That's so much fun. This is every single person I've ever worked with in the dev industry. Yeah, the man on his left said, thanks for having me. He was in his late 30s, his brown hair dishevelled, and a 5 o'clock shadow on his borderline too pale face, giving the impression he'd woken up minutes before the show and rushed through preparing himself. That's funny, I like that a lot. This is just great. You're Malaysian Chinese living in Singapore. We have friends who live in Singapore. Their lovely daughter has just turned 6. Well, hello. In contrast, his deep green sport jacket and white shirt were crisp and clean. Oh, good. That's a really good description, Kinder. That's really good. Good first impression. Before we begin the discussion, Robert told his guests, then looked at the camera again. Let me remind the viewers of what transpired to get us to this point. On July 22nd of this year, a fight between the Floridian protectors and the Black Mamba devolved out of control. And, at least Black Hole, the leader of the Black Mambas, lost control of his power. And can I add something, Robert? Stephen interrupted him. Go ahead, Stephen. All right. There's no denying that Black Mamba's powers was involved in the destruction. There was Hawking's radio. It's not Hawking's radiation. I think it's Hawking. There's Hawking radiation everywhere. Everywhere over what's left of Jacksonville. But I want to make sure the viewers understand that we have evidence of not only one. Hold on. But I want to make sure the viewers understand that we have evidence of not only one other power involved in the destruction, but two more. Some of the damaged buildings were sliced in half, miles away from the epicenter, with that telltale shimmering residue that let me start again. Some of the damaged buildings were sliced in half, miles away from the epicenter, with that telltale shimmering residue Rainbow Sword's power leaves when he cuts inanimate objects. And there is a quantum emission that can only be the result of Quantum Colossus. I'm sorry, Stephen, Nicole said, but there's never been... Oh, she's not going to be that tentative, I get this feeling. I'm sorry, Stephen, Nicole said, but there's never been any proof Quantum Colossus's powers leave any kind of trace after the fact. And detecting quantum fluctuation is in the realm of science fiction. Really, Nicole, we live in an era of flying women, men who can tear down buildings with one punch, and you don't think one of them could build something that would detect previously theoretical particles? I'm sorry, Stephen, Nicole, Robert interrupted, but we aren't here to discuss the details of the Jacksonville incident. I appreciate the clarification that more than one person was responsible, but anything else the two of you wish to argue over should be done after the show. He looked at the camera again. To continue, as a result of that fight and loss of control, the entirety of Jacksonville, Florida, as well as many miles of the surrounding area, was obliterated. This led to a show of cooperation among parahumans and emergencies. What can I speak today? Parahumans and emergency personnel, the likes of which hadn't been seen before. Even noted villain Whiplash was seen tearing through the rubble looking for survivors. The death toll now stands at 3.2 million. That is huge. Okay, there we go. He paused for a slow breath. In the wake of this tragedy, it has come to light that the government has had enough of people with power taking the law into their hands, as Senator Eric Clark was heard to say during a... Sorry, let me start again. I'm losing... See, this is why I'm glad we haven't done voice chat, because I would have just flagged. He paused for a slow breath. In the wake of this tragedy, it has come to light that the government has had enough of people with power taking the law into their own hands, as Senator Eric Clark was heard to say during a closed-door meeting. That meeting was to discuss a new bill the senator is calling Never Again, and which was leaked to this station as well as other news organizations, along with a transcript of the complete meeting. In complete disregard for the privacy laws, Nicole said, I'd like to point out... Are you telling me you wanted this thing to remain secret until they were wow. Are you telling me they wanted to keep this thing secret until they were rounding up parahumans? Stephen said. Of course not, she replied, sounding offended. But the public would have been informed before. What do you cover exactly? Sorry, that's good. I like that. Stephen asked, looking at her suspiciously. I thought you knew politics. Are you really telling the viewers out there, that the government wouldn't do something in secret that was going to affect a percentage of the population? Our political leaders have our best interests at heart, she stated. And even the host had a moment of surprise before regaining his composure and setting his expression to neutral. I know it's not meant to be funny, but when I read things like this, I love when characters automatically, you can feel them riffing off of each other, like their energy is already there, you know, it's just pouring it off the page. That's just awesome. I love it. She reminds me of a character in one of my son's stories that I read to him, and she's pretty snaky. I like her. Stephen seemed unable to reply for a few seconds, and Nicole smiled with pride. Okay, so who's saying this then? What about Area 51? Okay, so Stephen is saying this. Okay. You want to go back to the Ukraine, Boba? I'll talk about that shortly. Okay, we're nearly done anyway. Stephen seemed unable to reply for a few seconds, and Nicole smiled with pride. What about Area 51 and the horrible documented experiment on the early parahumans? I didn't bring the files because I didn't think I'd need those in this discussion. But have you seen what they left of the man who was nicknamed Bulletproof? There is no evidence any of that happened. That these supposed files are just hearsay and unsubstantiated. Are you serious? Stephen began, but Robert cut him off. I'm afraid we're drifting off topic here, although I would love to have you back to talk about this subject. Any time, Stephen said, smiling nastily. I'll make sure to bring all the evidence that's been accumulated over the decades. Now, about this bill that is being proposed, Robert said. Opinions? Stephen snorted and clearly restrained himself from adding anything more, eyeing the other guest. I think it's a sound idea, Nicole said without hesitation, ignoring the roll of eyes from Stephen. So-called superheroes have been given a free pass for far too long. When a supervillain destroys a building, we arrest them. When a hero does the same thing, we pat them on the back, say good job, and pass along the bill to the building's owner. Oh, come on, Stephen said. That isn't the same thing. No hero starts his day thinking, I'm going to demolish this building or that one. They do their best to do their job with the minimum amount of collateral damage. But when you're fighting the likes of sewer horror, you have to expect some damage. They should still be held accountable for it, Nicole replied, and that's what this bill is about. No, it's about branding those our government considers different. We already have a law to protect those who rescue us. It's called the Samaritan Law. Look it up. The Samaritan Law isn't for someone who can bring down a building. It's aimed at the passerby who sees someone injured and wants to help, but is worried he might cause further injuries in the process and be sued, resulting in the victim not being helped. So you're saying the US's parahuman population isn't afforded the same protection under the law as everyone else? You're twisting my words, Stephen. Like you always do, Nicole snapped. You make no secret of your pro-parahuman. Wow, okay, that's... Gonna start again. You make no secret of your pro-parahuman agenda. I'm here to have an actual discussion about a bill that will protect us, not push some imaginary theory. If you can't leave your conspiracy theories out the door, I don't know why we were invited here. Because I, for one, have demonstrated a willingness to look at evidence. Okay, so he's posing that as a question, so he's trying to be sarcastic. Because I, for one, have demonstrated a willingness to look at evidence contradicting my belief. Nicole stood and opened her mouth as the image cut to a commercial. Okay. SIS didn't look at me like that. SIS didn't look at me like that. Such hatred. Did I make hatred on my face? Did I make hatred on my face? Did I do that? SIS, you're saying sis. And I'm so tired. I need to drink some more, guys. I need to drink. Am I really, like, projecting the emotion that much on my face? Ah! Okay. They had a commercial break, guys. Alright. Welcome back, Robert told the camera. Stephen and Nicole looked calm again. We're here discussing the Never Again bill, which is being rushed through Congress. With me are Stephen Myers, commentator on parahuman affairs, and Nicole Friedman, political specialist. Now, where are your opinions of the clause? Okay, what are your opinions of the clause in the bill stating that parahumans will only be allowed to operate under government supervision?
Welcome to the stream.
Excuse me.
Chorna
point
from
out that all
PixelGum is
major
doing
law
a reading
enforcement
of the
organizations are
prologue
supervised by the government.
for the
Nicole
Harker
said.
Project.
Stephen nodded. It would be nice to see parahumans admitted openly within the FBI or CIA. Okay, so admitted openly. Okay, let me start again. Stephen nodded. It would be nice to see parahumans admitted openly within the FBI or CIA or any other law and emergency group. Right now, anyone found out to have acted as a hero, regardless of the good they've done, is kicked out. With this, it would give them a way to help as part of the support structure of the United States. But, Stephen said as Nicole opened her mouth, let's not ignore that this part of the bill is reliant on the rest, mainly that to work in any of those organizations, the parahuman in question would have to give up pretty much every freedom this country grants its citizens.
Hello, Shadow Wolf. Welcome to the stream.
We all give up some freedom
PixelGum,
to protect it.
Chorna from PixelGum is doing a reading
Your phone's
of
GPS
the
can
prologue
be tracked to prove you weren't
for the
involved
Harker
in a crime.
Project
Your email
on
and
our
message
stream.
history can be investigated for the same reason. You can be prevented from leaving the country if you are considered to be a risk. Yes, Nicole, Stephen said, but that can only happen if a warrant is approved by a judge who, in theory, is an impartial third party to the situation. The law would enforce parahumans to outright give up his or her rights for the privilege of being told where they will be allowed to help. That's a clear violation of all our freedoms. Oh, he just said our. Ooh, he just said our. He just said our. Sorry, I like him. I already like him. Did you notice that? He just said our. That's a clear violation of all our freedoms. You seem to be acting as if the bill is already a law, Nicole said. It's going to be modified. Tempers are running hot right now. As they cool down, you'll see. They'll soften the wording, and by the time it's approved, it won't look anything like this. That's why having this leaked and the media go off on it doesn't help anyone. I think it's Robert. I think an open discussion, Robert said, is exactly what such a bill needs, and it is the role of the media to facilitate it. But is this facilitating? Nicole mentioned at the table, and the three Nicole motioned to the table, and the three of them, or fear-mongering. Let's not forget that the media runs on ratings, and nothing gets people to watch like fear and anger. Robert's smile seemed strained. I'd like to think we do the best we can to give a balanced opinion and let the viewers make their own decisions. Unlike certain stations, Stephen grumbled under his breath, then seemed surprised at the look he received. Sorry. Unlike certain stations, Stephen grumbled under his breath, then seemed surprised at the look he received. Sorry, I didn't mean to say that out loud. You guys can cut that out, right? Can cut it out, right? We're live, Stephen. You very well know that. Robert admonished. Sorry, Stephen forced a smile. To address Nicole's opinions, I'm acting like the bill is already law because I read the entirety of the transcript. There was not one dissenting voice in that entire meeting. I'm acting like it's already a law.
By Grandpa's
Hello.
hammer.
Hi.
What a savings.
I'm acting like it's already a law because everyone in that room was acting like it was already a law. They were discussing where and how they would hold parahumans while they were being processed. Do you know what those places used to be called? Internment camps. Internment camps, wow. Mark my words, if this bill makes it through Congress and the Senate, they will, the way they are saying it will. Okay, let me say that again. Mark my words, if this bill makes it through Congress and the Senate, the way they say it will, this country is going to be destroyed. The man watching smiled. There. Now they weren't going to be able to act with the secrecy politicians loved so much. Okay, so this is a really, really good scene. All of this that happened was on TV, right? and then suddenly you're broken out of it back to reality, which is that we're seeing this on a screen. So yeah, that's kind of cool. All right, that was good. Hi, thank you for the new follow. Hello, 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 come to listen. Oh, excellent, fantastic, thank you for popping in. Right, we're back to the same man. The man hurried to the television, cursing as he took his phone out. How could it have gone so wrong so quickly? It came onto a car driving down a road with its efficiency at 40 miles. With its efficiency at 40 miles per kilowatt next to it, along with all the other benefits of that the Mazda afforded. Okay, so you've got another advert basically. Let's start that again. It came onto a car driving down a road with its efficiency at 40 miles per kilowatt next to it, along with all the other benefits the Mazda afforded. He switched to the all-news channel, and what he dreaded appeared. Melinda, can you hear me? The man crouched behind an upturned car. Oh, okay. Melinda, can you hear me? The man crouched behind an upturned car and looked at the audience questioningly, microphone in hand. Are we getting through? He hunched down as something exploded loudly. The scene became a blur of motion lines, showing the ground when it was steady again. Let me say that again. The scene became a blur of motion lines, showing the ground when it was steady again. The signal's going through on our side, a different voice said. This person sounded younger, more scared. Okay, the signal's going through on our side. But for all we know, the station's gone. Jeff, camera on me, the man admonished. So long as our signal's going somewhere, you keep filming. The image moved and settled on the reporter's face. This close, his wrinkles could be seen through hastily applied makeup. He straightened his tie and brought up the microphone. Melinda, in case you can hear us, I'm going to continue. You guys will have to figure out what to do with this. Take a step back, take a step back, Jeff. The man cleared his throat and his head. Cleared his throat as his head, shoulders, and then chest were visible. Oh, Johan. Okay. This is Johan Kipling for Charlottesville Channel 9. At the Fifeville Community Center. He looked over at the top of the car, ducking quickly, then chuckled. Well, what's left of it? Where today's visit on the 7th of December by Democratic Virginia Senator Marcus Wagner. Oh gosh, this is a stumbling sentence. Where today's visit on the 7th of December by Democratic Virginia Senator Marcus Wagner. Okay, I'm just going to continue through. Who was here as part of a town forum to discuss objections to changing the polling stations for the upcoming elections, was abruptly and violently interrupted. An explosion sent debris over their head. The camera quickly tracked them. Metal and concrete crashed through the opposite storefront. Oh gosh. This was supposed to be a simple assignment, Jeff. Jeff grumbled, and then the image was on Johan again. He was glaring at his cameraman. As you can tell, Johan continued, what should have been a heated debate has now turned into an actual battle, the cause of which was a group of parahumans who barged in, demanding to know why Senator Wagner was pushing to have all of them branded and put in lock and chains. I can't tell you who they were, as before anyone could answer, powers were unleashed and we, along with everyone else, were running for cover. The Virginian was at the lead, Jeff said. I recognized his Confederate uniform. Are you sure? Johan asked. The Virginian's a hero. He wouldn't do something like this. As far as I know, he's the last hero refusing to let go of his heritage, no matter how offensive it is to the rest of us. It seems the Virginian, one of the state's most controversial heroes, was involved in the attack. Well, the comments about What the comments about being branded were about, I don't know. He looked expectantly at the audience. Don't look at me, Jeff said. I don't know. I know our heroes and villains, not why they. I know our. I know our heroes and villains, not why they do what they do. Jeff, the man pointed up, and the camera. Oh, Jeff! The man pointed up, and the camera panned to the sky. 6 flying figures passed through the field of vision faster than the cameraman could track. I think one of them is Valiant, Jeff said. I don't recognize the others. They must be from outer state. The scene moved until it showed over the car. There in front of a destroyed building, with people still fleeing, 24 people in costume paused as the new arrivals landed. Can you make out what they're saying? Johan asked. You kidding? We're too far away. This thing isn't equipped with a telescopic mic. Melinda, what you're seeing is Valiant with 5 other heroes who look like they're trying to defuse the situation. From what I'm seeing, the body language is tense but controlled. I think Valiant is actually going to... There was a flash, and the image cut to black. Oh, crap! That was from 2 days ago, on the 7th, a woman seated behind a desk said, at the Fifeville Community Centre. The feed was cut when a power sent debris flying at our intrepid reporter and his cameraman. Both Johan and Jeff were hospitalized with minor injuries once the fighting was over. It has been confirmed that the Virginian was indeed leading a group of low-level heroes and villains in this attack. The man, known more for his controversial stance on race than his heroics, said this was in response to the government's plan to put every parahuman in concentration camps. It's since come to light that a joint panel is indeed discussing plans to curtail superheroes' actions. The proposed bill was leaked to the media, and violence has escalated throughout the nation since. We at Channel 9 implore everyone to stay calm. While we deplore any discussion of branding and internment, violence is not the answer. We will bring you more on this as it happens. The watcher cursed in Chinese, then German and Swahili for good measure. How had this happened? He asked his power how to ensure heroes were protected in the long term, and he'd been certain leaking that bill would have had been what the feelings he'd gotten had meant. Clearly, he'd gotten something wrong. We're almost there, guys. All right. Let me take a quick drink. I'll tell you what though, Kindar. I'm enjoying it. I am enjoying it. And look, it's spotless. I can't add anything, right? But I love it. The Armoured Knight landed. Okay, Armoured Knight. So it's not a proper noun. The Armoured Knight landed before him in a cloud of exhaust, not only blocking his route, but forcing him back. Vanguard's presence was unplanned in the extreme and was not letting the criminal he'd been chasing escape, but that wasn't yet a problem. We need to talk, Vanguard announced, his voice slightly distorted by the modulator. I'm kind of busy here. He jumped and grabbed the lower rung of the fire escape and was climbing it as his weight pulled it down. Do not make me chase you, Tracy Harker. Tracy Harker, here we go, finally. I do not have the patience to deal with that after what you did. Okay, do not make me chase you, Tracy Harker. I do not have the patience to deal with that after what you did. He froze. How could he know that? No one knew who Tracer was. Did I say Tracy or Tracer? Okay. Hi, Chris. He had a sense of a lot of research overclocked. He had a sense of a lot of research overclocked computers. He contemplated continuing picking up his chase, but while he was confident his power would let him escape from Vanguard if he had to, he had knowledge he could use to ruin more than his hero career. So Vanguard had. Okay. Excuse me. Kind of well off your usual turf, aren't you? Sorry, I've got a bit of gas. Kind of well off your usual turf, aren't you, Vangie? The mess you caused, Tracer, required I travel further than I usually prefer. Not sure what you're talking about. I usually clean messes and hand the crook who caused it over to the cops. You leaked the Never Again bill. I am impressed that your vaunted luck allowed you to pull that off. But unless you have buried your head in the sand, what you did has only made the situation worse. He smiled. He always loved it when people thought his power was luck. Made them so easy to mislead. Yeah, agree to disagree. Sure didn't expect lines to be drawn and people to fight over them, but if you think letting that Senator Clark guy continue working on that in secret was going to lead to anything good, your head's buried back in the 15th century, where you claim to be from. I love that. Oh, I like that a lot. Sorry, I need to put in a comment. Love this. I love when people say things and they drop in a little hint, like the exposition, but you're showing, not telling. Yeah, you're showing, not telling, and this is how you show and tell. This is a really good example. Your head's buried back in the 15th century where you claim to be from. And what? You simply stand there chasing crooks while what you did amounts to nothing more than reinforcing the government's position? What else did you expect me to do? How about you take your tech millions? What else did you expect me to do? How about you take your tech millions and buy the politicians who'll fight him, instead of putting it into that toy? What can I do to keep the government? What can I do to keep the government from trying to throw us all into concentration camps and start a war no one can win? A feeling formed. It is billions, Vanguard said. And if I, Tracy, raised a finger. Hold that thought. I have an idea. He dropped from the fire escape. Tell me you know people in the super community. Because hold on. Tell me you know people in the super community. Because we are going to need help pulling this off. Tracy looked at the television and the urgency. So I'm just going to ask this question, Kindar. I'm guessing the person that we were watching before was Tracy all along. Like the person who was talking earlier, who was watching the TV screen, was Tracy all along. But I have a question. If like you're choosing to reveal this person now for a reason. Yeah. Okay. So Tracy looked at the television. Tracy looked at the television, and the urgency of what he and his new friends needed to do was made obvious. I like his power, by the way. I like his power a lot. The six of them had managed to turn the feeling his power had given him into an actionable plan. Now they just needed to get those fucking politicians to sit down and listen. Sit down with them and listen. The newsroom lit up with a man behind a long table and a view into people working at something out of the NASA Space Center. He sat composed, severe, and they needed to make that happen yesterday. Today, January 2nd, 2023, in an unexpected turn of events, the political stewards had to keep a mob of non-powered people from rushing the Capitol. The mob began as a protest of the so-called Never Again bill, currently being rushed through Congress, and escalated when another group crashed through them, also non-powered. Yeah. The mob currently being rushed through Congress and escalated when another group crashed through them, also non-powered. The fighting escalated until the mob turned on the Capitol. The stewards are a group of are a group of parahumans, an unofficial extension of the Secret Service established in 1982 when Malcolm Middles was revealed to be the superhero stalwart. See, Americans can say R's and Brits just can't. Stalwart. By saving President Carter from the villain called Destructor. Due to the laws preventing parahumans from serving in any position of power, which includes law enforcement, politics, and emergency services, Mr. Middles was forced to retire from the Secret Service. He used his contacts within the hero community, as well as political, to form the Stewards, and has arranged most of the protection needs surrounding the capital since. The bill being protested was leaked to the media and the internet, and outlines plans to force anyone with powers to register with the government and act only at their bequest. Beg your pardon. There is no indication of branding or concentration camps in the bill, but one can't help but draw parallels to the camps of World War II, as well as the Jewish concentration camps. It is our hope that cooler heads will prevail, but until then, we wish you all good luck in the coming difficulties. So one thing I will say, you go through what the situation is quite often, like at least 3 or 4 times. I think at this point we all kind of get it. So that's the only other thing I will say, is like a lot of this text is repetition. That might help make it a little bit more succinct. Here we are. Tracy casually turned the television on. It hadn't been easy, but he and his friends had managed to talk sense into those politicians. An ad for Samsung's latest phone, the Universe G16, rolled, with its promise of having the world in your palm with its processing power. Ah, okay. Ah, yes, okay. I'll wait 30 odd seconds. I'll also take a quick bite of these. 20 seconds to chew some peanuts. Just wait. Here you go. Okay, welcome back. Looks like the ads are over. Tracy casually turned the television on. It hadn't been easy, but he and his friends had managed to talk sense into those politicians. An ad for Samsung's latest phone, the Universe G16, rolled, with its promise of having the world in your palm with its processing power. With it slotted into your car, your desk, or even your bedside table, you'd be able to access everything the internet had to offer. Process documents, play games, watch TV, watch shows. If it was out there, the Universe G16 would bring it to you. Once it ended, the image switched to a man in a White House newsroom, with reporters bombarding him with questions. I do have a question about these. Of course the bill isn't going through, he said, annoyed. The scroll at the bottom of the screen identified him as Senator Eric Clark, Democrat from Ohio, and the date as March 22nd, 2023. It was a thoughtless reaction from members of Congress who used the Jacksonville incident to push forward their own narrow-minded views. I can only say that I am sorry it took us this long to regain control of our house, and that the public was the one to suffer when this farce was thoughtlessly leaked. Unlike what you might think, it kept us from resolving the issue rather than help. Unlike what you might think, what kept us from resolving the issue rather than helped, as we had to divert the efforts putting out fires instead of resolving the internal dissent. Okay, so the Congress attack. The leaked documents, but here specifically. Oh, efforts putting out fires. Okay, so you're talking more metaphorically then. Because you talk about the public having to suffer, and we've just recently established that there was the attack on the Capitol. And then you go on to saying it kept us from resolving the issue rather at hand. It almost seems to suggest that you're talking about the public reacting didn't solve anything. But anyway, let's keep going. Unlike what you might think, it kept us from resolving the issue rather than helped, as we had to divert efforts putting out fires instead of resolving the internal dissent. But you can rest assured that there was never any intention to allow the bill to make it past the first reading. Excuse me. The heroes who helped maintain peace have our eternal gratitude, and the public can relax in the knowledge that this government has nothing but the best intentions for any and all of this wonderful country's citizens. He turned the TV off. Two-faced lying hypocrite, Tracy Harker told the blank screen, then continued in Russian, Japanese and Arabic. Once he got his anger out of his system, he let out a breath. He'd known their intervention would be twisted to serve that politician and those who liked him, but like the others, he'd agreed the important thing was that they had the school. That they had the school? Okay, that they had the school, that they... Oh, shoot. That they had the school. That they had the chance to preserve the future. Of course, watching that bigoted hypocrite proclaim himself the voice of reason when he'd helped craft the agreement basically designed to ensure the school failed, got his blood boiling. Okay, that's the first time you've mentioned a school. Still cursing, he went over the documents. George's would handle the construction of the school. Okay, now we're getting a clear version of the school. Still cursing, he went over the documents. George's would handle the construction of the school, but still he needed to find the funds for it. As much money as he had, as much of his own money as he was willing to put into the project that now bore his name, he needed more. That meant turning out the corporations. That meant reaching out to corporations for deals he hoped wouldn't come back to make his life much more difficult. Fortunately, he had his power to guide him, and right now it gave him the image of a diamond. And when it came to corporations, that could only be one thing. Tracy dropped into the old, comfortable chair and slotted his phone into the desk. Is it a Samsung universe? The files he'd been working on appeared, and with a tap of his finger, they were stored. He brought up the controls from his phone for his home office's television. It lit up. And you too can be part of the power grid for as low as $300. That gives you six of the latest. That gives you 6 of the latest in solar panels, as well as the installation on your rooftop. And if you double that, he muted it and rubbed his temple. He sipped his rum while the advertisement ended, and the show he wanted to watch started. He unmuted it after the intro. Welcome to today's special edition, the man said. He was middle-aged but distinguished. On this July 18th, 2025, the third year of the Jackson. July 18th. It happened on the 22nd, right? 2025, the third year of the Jacksonville event. I am David Ellis. And I am Tessa Lopez. I can't do an American accent, so don't ask me to. And I am Tessa Lopez, the woman seated next to him said. She was slightly older, but just as distinguished. And today we are looking back at that deplorable incident where 2 teams of well-regarded heroes caused the destruction of a city and millions of deaths. We will look at the government's response, the public's reaction to that when it was leaked, and tension among the superhero population that followed, and where we are today, 3 years later, with the atmosphere mostly back to where it was before that date. If you ignore the concern If you ignore the concern expressed by street-level heroes over being branded vigilantes and okay, he's kind of contradicting her. If you ignore the concerned can't speak today. If you ignore the concern expressed by street-level heroes over being branded vigilantes and claim that they are being harassed by law enforcement agencies, they are attempting to help, the man said. That's quite a sentence. We will have interviews with those caught in the middle of it, she continued, including Senator Eric Clark, who gained some notoriety after standing against the Never Again bill and demanding both sides see reason. Many in Washington say he's the reason tensions were lowered in the aftermath, and how today heroes continue to operate without drastic supervision from the government. Although, the man said, not without supervision from the public. We will also have an interview with Alison Mendoza, creator of the Superwatch website, which lists heroes by how destructive they are, and is pushing for cities and states to stop letting careless heroes get away with it. We will also have an on-the-street interview with the public to get a sense of their feelings about the heroes who go about keeping them safe. And to give our viewers some comfort. She said, let's start with that. The image shifted to a busy sidewalk. What do you think of superheroes these days? The young-sounding woman asked of a man. They're doing a good job stopping supervillains. It switched to a different street. What do you think of superheroes? The same woman asked an older woman. I think they weren't as destructive as they are. But when they're fighting monsters, there will be collateral damage. What do you think of superheroes? The woman asked a businessman. The lot of them ought to be thrown in jail, just like the so-called villains they claim to fight. It's all one giant arrangement they have to keep both sides employed. What do you think of superheroes? She asked a family. I love them, the boy said, waving an action figure around. I wish they were more careful, the father said, but I'm glad we don't go to war with them. It wasn't going to be a war. The mother said. It was just the government doing what it's supposed to keeping us safe. That wouldn't have resulted in anything saving anyone, the father said. I'm just glad all sides calmed down. That Senator Clark really is the kind of man who brings peace wherever he goes. The day he decides to be president, he's got my vote. He muted the television. Him again. Clark had been behind the Never Again bill. He'd fought tooth and nail against an alternative, and now people thought he was some kind of hero who'd bettered the government and saved the parahumans it wanted to enslave. He let out a breath. He needed to calm himself. His power wasn't reliable when he let his emotions get in the way. They muddled what he wanted. He couldn't afford that. The school was ready. They had the equipment and the staff, both for the normal side and parahuman side. Now they needed students. He let the dean handle the normal side. When it came to finding students, and he had his people combing through news stories, investigating unsubstantiated reports, looking for those who would populate the parahuman side. But he wasn't leaving his school's success to chance. Too much rode on it. Never Again wasn't gone. It was stored to be brought out and enacted if his school failed. If he failed to produce heroes with a code of conduct, with ethics, if he failed to produce heroes with a code of conduct, with ethics instead of egos. That seems like an incomplete sentence. And with Clark stacking the deck against him, he needed certainty he'd succeed, or at least the next best thing. Tracy Harker, the hero the world knew as Tracer, let out another breath and focused. He needed students who would succeed, who would graduate with honor, valor, and morale. And morals, I think. He needed students who would push through all obstacles and achieve great things. He waited. His power didn't bring visions or outright answers. It pointed him towards his answer. It would be nothing more than a direction, or it might come with sensory input. This time, it was a distant feeling of joy, the sound of laughter, sun on his face, feet in the sand, water, a lot of water, family, close and loving. He didn't groan at the vagueness. His power had never let him down. It had made him rich and had saved his life multiple times. He picked up the phone and called his contact within the education system. Amanda, it's Tracy. Where do I have to take you to dinner for you to give me every senior high schooler in the entirety of the West Coast? Well, that is a long prologue. Not bad. I'm not saying it's bad. Let's think about what your questions were. So what kind of world does the prologue hint at? What do you expect the story to be about? And would this entice you, the readers, to read more about this world? So I think if I'm going to go off of my initial thoughts, Kinder, the world that you describe is heavily American. It's very much America. That's quite parallel to what you've got going. I mean, you mentioned the adverts, and there was a part of me that was starting to think about if the people who are advertising, if that was like a conglomerate that you're hinting at. You're also using very well-known brands, which, by the way, when you're writing, might cause problems for legal purposes. But I don't know. I'm just saying. I might have gone for a proxy. The world that you're hinting at is very much a modern take on X-Men, I think. I don't know how familiar you are with X-Men. I like it. I think it's very relatable, very knowable. The format of the interviews and the TV shows that you mention, the technology ever so slightly tweaked, but still works, just as we know it. So it's very familiar. So that's the kind of world that the prologue hints at in my mind. Obviously with we've got the Marvel universe now, and people in New York constantly having to deal with buildings being fixed and, wild tech showing up in the black market and things like that. So I think we're all versed kind of culturally on that kind of world. What do you expect the story to be about? So you started off the story, and I was kind of thinking perhaps the prologue will stop midway at like some kind of crisis climax point where it's about the humans versus the parahumans and the bill. But you resolved that. You resolved that in your prologue. And you continue to talk about instead Tracy Harker becoming Charles Xavier and starting a school for mutants. But yours is a slightly different take. It's not just mutants, is it? And everyone knows about parahumans. So it's about showing that the two can work together, which is actually a really, really clever thing. And I think given today's rhetoric that we've got politically, that's quite a cool story to tell, to show that people with differences, and sometimes extreme differences, can still work together, because we all have a shared code of conduct, which is essentially what you're getting at. So I think now that you've established in the prologue why there was a need for such a school to come about, you did that very clearly in the prologue. And yes, I think I would expect very much this story to become a young adult literate book about a school and about Tracy Harker. So that's what I would expect. I don't know what anyone else who's listening in stream would think. Would this entice you, the reader, to read more about this world? It would very much. But it was so, I think where you end and the prospect that you pose at the end of the story happens after a fair amount of repetition. When you repeat events and you repeat facts over and over again, it builds a really deep it builds a deep insistence that this is the reality we're dealing with. And then when you leave that reality completely and say, no, that's been resolved actually, or not, I know that the bill is probably going to come back, and you make that very clear in the writing, this is still a risk. But you establish this very grown-up humans versus parahumans narrative. But then now you're going off in a total, almost tangent to say, but we're going to be looking at young people and potential. It's not about this is heavy and tried and tested. This is about young people and potential, and there's going to be a lot of new stuff here. So that switch that happens quite late and in a comparatively brief period of time in the prologue leaves you feeling a little bit like the rug's been pulled from under your feet in terms of what we're looking to expect from this world. But the world is very coherent. So if you have any thoughts about, oh, you know, have I done a good job of describing what the type of world is? You've done a fantastic job of that, and I think that comes down based on the repetition of the news, the constant linear way that you delivered that with the timestamps. So you've definitely done that, but I do think that some of that repetition. So you know when you do the ellipsis and then you come in midway into a conversation, like that could be utilised a little bit, because that will help take out the repetition a little bit, if you wanted to. But I do think a large part of that prologue is repetition, and that can be cut out a little bit, because I think you can trust that the reader is paying attention to what you're saying, and I think we will. As a reader, we pay attention to the dates because you pay attention to the dates. So you specifically say a few months later. If you were to say something more generic, like a few months later or winter, or you say, you know, you mention a season or a month, or just go for a more generic feel of time passing, because you're very exact with your dates, and there's a part of me that says if these dates are being referred to so exactly, so consistently, I need to be paying attention to this, and that's a lot of brain work for a reader. What should they really be paying attention to? Should they be paying attention to the feeling, the rhetoric of what's going on politically, or should they be paying attention to the adverts, or should they be paying attention to the dates and the timeline? So help guide us through that a little bit. But yeah, like I said, would this entice me? Absolutely would entice me. But like I said, I feel like the school aspect, if that is the direction you're going with in the next chapter, where you're going to show us more of Tracy's world and his school and this fantastic merging of non-parahumans and parahumans, if that's where the story is, that needs to come in a little bit sooner, I think. Or maybe even in one of the conversations, it needs to be brought up. Like, you know, parahumans and humans, we live totally separate lives. Then you're seeding the idea, actually, there should be something that brings those lives together. That's my feedback. Not even feedback, or just encouragement to say, this is a really great story, please do continue writing it. Knowing that you've already self-published 20 books, I can imagine we're going to be seeing this being added to your collection very soon. Kindar, do you want to go ahead and paste, I don't know if you can, but I do have your books and where they're published in our Discord forum. So I'm going to suggest that people who do want to check out his story, check that out. The dates are in there partly because that's how news shows work, and in part to ensure the reader understands that all this happens relatively quickly. Yeah, I get that. I think yeah, I was paying attention to those dates too, and I was noticing that timeline. It's not. It was because of the way you have a lot of dialogue, it makes it easier to stay with it. But I think if there was less dialogue, then it might become, it would affect pacing. But because you have a lot of dialogue, it didn't affect pacing as much. But I do still have that thought though. Like, do you want me to pay attention to the dates? Do you want me to pay attention to the bill? Do you want me to pay attention to? There's a lot of things to be paying attention to as a reader in that. But it doesn't stop me from wanting to read it. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't stop me from wanting to read it. Okay, cool. I'm going to take a 15-minute break after that. So where are we in our... Yeah, so this is literally the start of the break. So that's good. That's good timing. I'm going to take a 15-minute break, give my voice a break, give your ears a break. I'm going to go and get some lunch, and then we'll get back into a sprint in a little bit. Okay, hi, Slider. And I also got a few people I need to say hello to as well in stream, so I'll catch up with you guys in text, but I just need to step away and give myself a bit of a break. And we've also got some more stretches and things to do as well. So I'll see you in a couple of minutes after I grab something to eat, okay? Alright guys, thank you so much for hanging out with me. with the roundtable. Thank you, Kindar, for giving us your material to read. I will be typing up the notes and I'll make them available for you so you've got them for reference. And yeah. Kindar, if you have any other questions that has come up after hearing the reading, do put them in chat and I'll respond to them when I get back. All right? Okay. Be right back.
Alrighty. Well, that was Cherna from PixelGum reading and giving her opinion about the prologue. I guess this is an indication of how my mind works. I did not realize that I was overdoing the world building, that I was overdoing the setting up why the school comes to be. And the interesting part now is I don't know what I can cut. And I know that that's because I'm too in here. Because to me, every segment adds information, adds a detail, adds something. I didn't notice, and this one, I have no idea how this happened. One, Tracy's name, the spelling changes throughout the story, throughout the chapter, the prologue, that caught me by surprise. And Vanguard should have been Valiant. I have no idea how. When did it change? Well, okay, I don't know what happened here. Okay, so here it's Tracy EY. Here it's that's Tracy EY. Okay, didn't change, and this is EI, IE. EY, IE, and just here is just Y. So that I didn't. As for Valiant and Vanguard, that one I'm guessing. Really? I'm guessing I just I just got, you know, if and it's an easy fix, but I do have to change that. I'll be right back. Oh, no, I'm well aware they're both correct. It's simply that the name changes, the name, his name, because it's a man, changes. And the actual spelling should be I-E. Yeah, well, that's the thing. And this happens regularly. And I'm aware that IE, the Tracy CIE, is more usually a woman's spelling, and I don't care. That is that. One, I don't care. Two, it's almost why it's his name. And that's, if I ever delve into his backstory, that is something he's gonna have to have dealt with, because Tracy was born in 1940. Well, in the 1940s. Tracy is way older than he looks. So having to endure the harassment of having a girl's name kind of went a certain way to forming his personality. But yeah, so this is going to be... Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Like, I'm glad that it didn't turn her off the story, but that it brought with it a certain element of confusion as to what ultimately things would be about. And as I said, I don't know how to resolve that. She mentioned that, the school should be mentioned earlier, but the thing is, Harker cannot be mentioned any earlier. The school cannot be mentioned any earlier than when it is mentioned, because it does not exist before that. And the idea of bringing the idea of a school for super, like, I don't want to bring it earlier, but that's kind of the thing, is that it can't appear slowly, because Tracy doesn't this is where the concept of a school enters the story. Because Tracy did what Tracy does. Like, he wanted to fix a problem. His power gave him a sense of how to go about it, and he acts on that. And his first sense was to leak the bill. And I want to make it clear, he did not misunderstand the power. He did not understand what his power told him. The sense he got. He did exactly what he should have done. He's just forgetting the question that he asked, because he wanted what would keep superheroes, parahumans, safe in the long run. And yeah, I know. I should not have. One, it does not need to be explained. Two, I'm not going to be there to tell the reader. So if I want them to know, I need to put it in there, but I won't. I don't. It's just me getting enthusiastic. But yeah, like, he does that, and that sets up the chain of event that then leads to him asking the question: how can we win? How can we avoid a war that nobody can win? And this is where the story is. So the school literally does not enter thought until that's about 2/3 of the prologue in. And the idea of educated supers has never popped up. That's kind of the that is kind of what I established without outright saying it, because you can't say a negative. You can't go, well, we're not doing that, because it's not that they're not doing it, it's that they're not thinking about it. And this is told, like, this is not third person wide. My narrator is Tracy. One of her questions did make me realize that I should name him from the get-go. That and this is a me thing. Because I go narrow, I very much only put information that is given there. And because I'm in Tracy's point of view, Tracy doesn't go, I am Tracy. And for people who've read things of me, they will have noticed that. I don't give characters' name until they show up on they organically show up on the page. But here, she made me realize that it's working against me. But yeah, like I and that's what the advertising. The advertising are one of the way that I'm doing some subtle world building. Because if you pay attention to the dates, the years, and the kind of advertising that is showing, they don't work. And it's my way of hinting that technology in this world is more advanced than ours. When I created the world, I made a decision. Okay, when I created the world, I wanted to address a couple of things. Nothing in a very, very big way, but still address them because they kind of bug me in those kind of stories, in comics. Marvel, DC, you look at them, you have all these super technology, but yet the world is very much today. Very few, like those technologies don't have an impact on the world. That doesn't really work for me. And it doesn't work in that I don't think it's realistic. If you are going to have super inventors, technology is going to advance faster. And I made a totally arbitrary decision that science is 20 years ahead. Which means that, to me, if I can justify something that, it probably could exist in 20 years, I can put it in this world today. So, this is why there is comments like this. This is why there's an advertisement about augmented reality, because while today it's a fad, it's a game, it's stuff like that. I have no problem imagining in 20 years where most people will have glasses and they'll have augmented reality. Like it will literally be part of a standard set of glasses. So I put it there. I did this 20 years advance. There are some majorly different things. Cars are electric in this world because solar and wind overtook coal very, very quickly, which is where the Mazda advertising comes about. Because, for those who paid attention, the range is not given by gallon, it's given by kilowatt. And then about the phone, it's about showing that technology is now so integrated in society that, even desks are computers. You slot them in, but I'm not doing anything big, but I'm establishing there because it's going to be part of the world. And again, like that's wait a minute. Okay, I'm gonna have to make some changes. It looks like the question is not actually asked away. One sentence doesn't make sense? Okay. Yeah, to ensure the viewers are protected in the long run. Where I just added him. This one? Well, fuck, Tracy said. This is bad. How the fuck do I keep this from getting worse? How does it not work? Or how does it not make sense? Oh. Do I keep? Okay. Yeah, no, you're correct. And this shows that even reading out loud, my mind will not always... I will not always see what's on the page. I did notice Shornar doing that a fair bit. It was a little bit amusing. Where like she would completely change words as she read. And this is not a complaint. Like I do it myself, and it's but yeah, I think I may not have a choice but to keep this like that and hope for the best. I do have a blurb for it. And since in theory a blurb would be read before the story, I am hoping that it would that it would frame the prologue. And I do have an idea for for advertising. Of course, I don't know, one, if it would work, two, if I'll be able to work up the energy to do it. So. You might do it for supper. Garlic butter noodles. There you go. Wow, 6 cloves of garlic. Looks good. You'll do less as it's for one person? Where's the rest of your family? I mean, I get that your daughter probably would not be eating that at this point, but where's your husband? He hates garlic. Oh, why did you marry him? Isn't that one of those forgot the expression. Deal break? Isn't that one of those deal breaking thing? Came from there, but he was born here. His late mother loved garlic. He's a big Romanian. But yeah, I think ultimately the prologue is what it is going to be. And I'm gonna hope that the blurb properly sets up expectations. I will be right back. I think it's better to create at least 3 versions of blurb that sound different. You are asking the impossible of me with that. This is not a how dare you. It's just once my mind comes up with something, it kind of gets locked into it. So I would not know how to create a different blurb. I have enough problem coming up with one. Someone's woken up for a nap? Alrighty. Enjoy. That, like this took a long time to come up with. You are back. Welcome back, Angel. Something like this is not related to Cherna's reading, but I've been thinking about how I structured the storytelling for Harker. And I kind of realized that the way I'm structuring it has issues. Basically, I'm splitting it in months. This is primarily for management, so that I can keep track of stuff. But I kind of realized that it implies that each month should have something happening. And I kind of agree with that. If I'm going to divide things in such a way, I should then have something, give the division its a value. And in kind of going over that, I realized that I forgot one aspect to the story. And that is my bad guy. And this is, again, very much a me thing. I don't reveal stuff the characters don't know. And literally no one in the story, none of the students know that there's a bad guy here. That there's someone actively working to make the school fail. And I kind of realized that maybe I can use that as how... Yeah, oh yeah, no, and this is, yeah, no, I'm very well aware that my mind works differently. But, so I kind of realized that I can make use of that. That I can make the attempts, each of the attempts, the event. And the thing is, like, they don't need to be big. So, and because of how I tell this story, because of the rules I've allowed myself to break, I can put in point of views from the bad guys, from these people. I'm not gonna, I don't think I'm gonna give the bad guy himself a direct point of view. I don't think I want to be in his head. But I am going to give point of views of the people he hires to make things happen. You know, and I will give details and stuff like that. Like, I suspect, I'm hoping, that just the prologue will be enough so that the reader will have a sense of who this guy is. Like, I don't want to play a big reveal ultimately where, you never saw this guy coming. I just don't want to write the story from his point of view. Well, not the story, but the chapters from his point of view, because I think that reading, that putting in the mind of somebody that's sleazy would not be interesting. And this is what I'm doing here. I'm adding. I'm adding where. Where the first person to be hired will be. He's only going to be a bad guy for this book. Because by the end he's going to be found out. He's going to be dealt with. Hey, Writes Magic. Welcome to the stream. How's the writing? The writing is going, is moving. I'm actually going to be getting more writing done than I thought. This morning, Chorna from PixelGum was reading the prologue for Harker, and I did expect it to take long to be longer than it ended up being, but that is mainly because I forgot that she doesn't constantly stop to comment. She tends to read, give a few comments here and there, but it's mostly a fairly clean read. Whereas I will, if you've been to one of mine, I'm always stopping to comment. So, the prologue is 6,000 words, so I was expecting that to be a couple of hours, and it was just over 1 hour. I will be right back. Usually a third of the usual. See, my rule is a chapter is however long, as long as it needs to be. And I also don't know. I don't usually do chapters. I do prologues. I am a fairly firm believer in a prologue should either be chapter 1 or not be there at all, because either it's chapter 1 or it doesn't actually serve a purpose. But mine can't. I don't. And I'm not saying mine is special, because I would love to put it as chapter 1. I just don't think that it works as a chapter 1 because tone shifts so much. The prologue takes place over 3 years. A bunch of new stories giving the backstory to the world and why the school, the Harker Academy needs to exist. And there's a lot in there. And I don't know, I fully understand that part of that is I'm so locked into the prologue that I may not see the places where it can actually be cut. But the way it's written is everything I've put in there does something. So the argument that could be made is what that specific segment needed. I think it is. I think that everything in there is needed. I may be wrong. But yeah, it's. Oh yeah, no, I know you're not arguing. I just, but yeah, so it's that long, and having her read and react to some stuff kind of made me go, okay, this I can adjust. One of the things that I do, this is a me thing, because I write third person narrow, I don't give the point of view character's name until it shows up organically in the story. So many of my stories will start with the man or woman, like impersonal. And to me, or just he. And because to me, we don't think of ourselves as, I'm Kindar. So if we narrate our stories in our head, we don't put our names there. So I don't put it there until it comes up. Now, normally, I make an effort for the name to show up early. But in the case of the prologue, my point of view character is not so much an actor in the story as someone watching things unfold. So I didn't feel a need to put his name there until 2/3 of the way in. It's mentioned by somebody else. But her reaction made me go, yeah, okay, so I need to put it earlier. So I've went over every start and end of section and put his name there. And it's not like I was aiming for a reveal kind of thing. And like one of the comments she said is that she would like you have an inner narrator. I don't have one. I'm one of those people that doesn't have I don't actively think. This is weird. Like it feels. Actually, I can remove it. Okay, so how do I unpin something? There we go. Unpin. This is no longer valid. You see, when I pause like this, my mind is not putting words in place. My mind goes blank. And then I just start talking again. And I know that on a subconscious level, things are happening and stuff like that. But I don't have a narrator. I don't know what I'm going to say before literally until it leaves my mouth and I hear what I've said. It has put me in uncomfortable positions. And because of that, I have learned to not censor, but basically I learned diplomacy. In part by listening to my mom talk. My mom has no filter. Having a conversation with my mother is a very interesting thing. She never sets out to be insulting, but she says things as she sees them. And she uses the quote-unquote appropriate words for what she thinks, as abrasive as they might sometimes be. So from listening to her, I kind of learned to filter how I speak. Never censor myself. I will never stop myself from saying something I believe. But I will use a language that is as non-confrontational as I'm able to make it. But there's no active thought put into it. So, not only do I not have, a narrator talking about what I do, but there's nothing there. So, but yeah, it's something I do. And in this case, I kind of went, it makes no sense to maintain that. So I rewrote everything. And with her reading that, I'm getting closer and closer to being ready to post this to my website. And I realize that I have a problem with the story. Because I'm subdividing everything into months. Primarily for management issues, so that I can, put them in that month's folder, minimize it, and keep working, and not have, a binder that's so long that I can't see anything useful in it. But I kind of realized that if I'm going to subdivide like that, if I'm going to go part 3, part 2, August, I kind of have to make it mean something. I kind of have to make it a thing. And that would be giving it a bit of a climax. Like, it doesn't need to be big, and it's not going to be big, because ultimately that's not the story I'm telling. But it still feels like I should do that. And I was thinking about it, and I couldn't come up with anything relating to my point of view characters, because that's not how life works. Our life is not defined by the months. And as far as I'm aware, in a university, there are not events, quote unquote, closing a month. So I can't use that. And then I kind of realized that I don't bring in the bad guy in this story at this point. And I know that some event will happen because of the bad guy, but I don't bring him in. And this is a story where I allowed myself to break my rule of only giving point of view characters their point of view. I can give anyone a point of view, even if it's only for one chapter. I can do that. So I kind of went, wait a minute. Okay, so if I'm going to have the bad guy, why don't I make each of the attempt that the bad guy causes to happen the month's event? It's not going to be big, but it's going to be there. It's going to happen. I don't know that it's going to be at the end of the month. I don't know that it's going to close the month, but it's going to happen in that month. And every month I'm going to do that. It's going to require me to shift some things around, because I'm going to have to move one thing that Patrick does to the August instead of where I believe it is in September right now, because this is August. And in August, I'm having that bad guy, who is called C by the man he's hiring, hire Matthew Stone, who is a fixer, and basically to make the school fail. But yeah, and so this is where it's going to happen. And then in September, I'm going to have the first attempt. And the thing is, the September, October, November, December are going to happen in normal ways. Basically, the sabotage is going to be primarily to make the school fail inspections. So, and that's going to force it to be shut down. I'm not sure if September is like book or real life. Well, it's September in the story, or the month it's a subdivision within the story. But I'm trying to make them mean something. Because otherwise, what's the point of dividing it like that? And another comment that Cherna said is making me realize that while I want to keep the division, I may not put in the date. Because I was thinking of starting the chapter with the date in that month. But now I'm thinking that might put too much importance on the date when ultimately it's just a method for me to track when we are in the story. And because it's chronological, I don't know that it has to be there. Yeah. And deleting it before releasing it. Yeah. Yeah. And the reason why I know I want to keep it is that I did August. In my folder name, the date is there. September is there part way. And then I switched to just calling them chapters. And now that I'm in October, I am getting so bleeping confused. So that's kind of why I'm thinking of keeping the dates. Yeah. In there and just not using them. Going to lurk, have to work. Alrighty, enjoy. I hope work goes well. Come on. This is becoming ridiculous. Hey, Cool Imp. Welcome to the stream. You think you're getting over being sick? Very cool. I am glad to hear that. You're debating starting the names Dragon Give series with me, or sharing what you've done with this first idea. Well, whatever you decide, good luck. thing. Let's not be stupid. Let's put this down somewhere. So that I don't lose it. Just need to figure out where you go. I say, you've got mail. Oh, right. For tomorrow. Cool, thank you. Okay, there we go. More like I got so into the writing effort, I completely lost track of time. Thank you for reminding me, Angel. Yeah. Well, it's probably also the fact that I started a little late because of the Chronos reading, and my body still feels like it's not time to be done. Thank you. So I will be back in roughly an hour, and I hope to see you then. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you, Angel. How are you doing? Alrighty. So today is this is chapter 69 of the Engineer's Family. It is a Grageron chapter. All good, Tolerable Lady rated to Cypher. Cool. Very cool. And this is another Passage of Time chapter. And I do have a bit of an idea of what to do with it. Actually, let's... yeah, I noticed that she, was there. You had told her about it. Ah, cool. Thank you. Thinking how to start it. Yeah, kinda. Chapters that aren't direct continuation of the one that came before it often give me that, okay, how do I get into it? Like, how do I open it up? How do I start? Hey, Akla. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Doing fine. Very cool. You're going to have a late lunch. Alrighty, enjoy. Welcome back, Akla. Enjoy, Akla. How many did I say there? Let's keep a count going. Nerdtastic. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the lurk. Your text-to-speech tool in Edge isn't working today. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you two can resolve the situation and it will return to work. Have you considered paying it better? Maybe offering better benefits? It's one of the voices. And you found out why. Well, that's good. Maybe it had laryngitis. You used to read EPUB, Usonia, for some reason other voices don't load. Okay. Oh, probably there was no thing before. You'll do some wall painting? Cool. Oh. Take a picture of the masterpiece afterwards so we can see. It's not November. You have baby down for the night. Very cool. I hope she stays there. Is she now in the habit of sleeping through most of the night? Or... She is, but sometimes she wakes up in the middle of the night. But now it's just occasionally. It's no longer every night. Went quite well. Quite pleased with this, with it. Yep. The actual chapter for the day has been done for a while. And I wanted to finish what I started on this morning so that I wouldn't have to worry about it. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I'll be working on Mind Your Step. And in the afternoon, there will be a read and comment. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good rest of the week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I will see you